I'm Senator Bam Aquino, and welcome to Developer Camp Manila 2026. For the first time in its 18-year global journey, Developer Camp is here in the Philippines, and you're part of that historic first chapter. Sa lahat po ng mga developers, designers, entrepreneurs, at community builders nandito ngayon, thank you for stepping forward. Programs like this help bridge talent and opportunity. Developer Camp is more than a hackathon. It's a platform for real impact. Let's build solutions that matter. Let's build with courage and purpose. Let's build a future that works for every Filipino. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay kayong lahat.
Ready? Hey everyone. Echo, echo, echo. So great to have you here. My name is Dom Segola.
And I'm Anna Spizak.
And we're producing Developer Camp for you and with you. This is our first event of this kind in Manila. So we just wanted to welcome you.
Yeah, and we also wanted to say thank you for welcoming us. We've been here for only a couple days, and we just feel so incredibly welcome, and like we made an absolutely incredible choice in deciding to kind of do this event here this year. So thank you. Thank you so much.
And we're just going to have a few slides to get started, and then we're going to really turn it out over to everyone else. If you could go to my slide deck, please. We're just going to say welcome, everybody. You are here. We are so glad to have you here. It's packed. Look at this. Look around for a minute. Just look around this room. These are the people that are going to make the future happen. We call this a hackathon, and raise your hand if you've ever been to a hackathon before. So you kind of know what it's usually like. It's usually a little bit competitive. It's usually a little bit like, I'm going to win, and usually about...
A lot of Red Bull, a lot of late nights.
But this is a little different. This is more cooperative. This is about we're going to win together. This is about we're going to help each other, and really about the process, which is actually more about learning and showing off your ideas in whatever state they're in. So get ready for like pencils down on Sunday morning. Whatever you got, we'd love to see it. We're going to be talking a little bit about that process, but really here to learn together about the tools, about the goals that you have, and support that. There's Joy. Hi, Joy. And this is about learning together across disciplines. So we call it developer camp, but the word developer is inclusive. It's about developing who you are as a person, developing towards a goal that you have, developing a business, developing an idea, and becoming a developer, a builder, a maker yourself. No matter where you started, at the end of this, I guarantee you'll think of yourself that way. For all kinds of languages, all kinds of product types, all kinds of backgrounds. You could be in web, you could be native, you could be a designer and be developing these days because of the tools we have for you. You could simply tell stories to your AI and that can build things for you. We'll show you how to do that over the weekend. And so whatever you consider yourself to be, you actually are a developer. Raise your hand if you're a software engineer by trade or someone who's in a computer science school, something like that. Some of you? Okay, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you are a designer, a product person or a designer. Look around the room and see who you may want to connect with. Raise your hand if you are developing a business. You're a startup founder or something. Cool. You're probably all developing a business, right?
Raise your hand if you're a student.
Yeah.
Do you have any students here?
There we go. Nice.
I'm so excited to see so many students.
So just to show that we're all learning together and we're all here with different backgrounds to just share what we know as part of teams. We'll talk about that in a moment. It started back in 2007, almost 19 years ago, actually, when around this time of year, we saw a presentation from Steve Jobs about the iPhone. And I'm going to bring it out because I don't know how many of you have actually ever used one of these. It was only available in the US. This is the original iPhone. It looked like a bar of soap. I'm going to pass it around and hope I get it back. Just so you can hang on to it for a second, just get the feeling of what it was like in 2007. It still works. And, over the years, we've done so many of these events, it's hard to kind of ground ourselves in that moment, but I wanted to just have you feel it for a moment. We kept going. In 2008, the launch of the App Store. 2009, the App Store was huge. It was our biggest event, 750 people. 2010, 2011, we kept doing this every year on Apple's platforms, and then we started expanding away from Apple's platforms or along with Apple's platforms to Google's platforms, to blockchain, to now to AI. And so we think a lot about where we're headed, and now we're in this new age where we can come together throughout this weekend and explore where we are today. We have 3 days of exciting activity for you, beginning with today throughout the night.
And we'll be here at the Asbury all 3 of those days. So can we just get a round of applause for our hosts at the Asbury? Yeah, thank you so much. And you'll hear from them in a little bit about how we can be good guests while we're here. But we'll be here every day. And then on the final day, we're going to party together. We're going to celebrate what we've made. Woo! Yeah, we'll go from 6:30 to 8:30. We're going to go over to Coro Hotel, which is very close by, and they've generously agreed to host an after party for us on their rooftop bar. So we'll do that together as well.
Brilliant. Can't wait. And so about the attendees, we have folks here on site. We also are streaming live to the internet, the internet's World Wide Web, we used to call it. And so we're all online, available together and if you have friends or family who are tuning in, please do encourage them to talk to us through our various channels. We're trying to include as many people as we can.
Yeah, this is actually the most robust and largest number of virtual attendees we've ever had, so hi virtual attendees. And so they'll be able to submit their ideas online as well. So thanks so much for joining us.
And then badges. Everyone gets a badge, a badge. Please keep that badge and bring it back with you because you will not get another one.
And your badge kind of functions as your pass to admission to the building. It's part security, so that we know that we checked you in, and it's really helpful to identify you. So make sure you don't lose it. Please bring it back every day. I know it's kind of silly and not that cool to wear, but please don't forget it every day.
Very important. And also, if you see anyone not wearing a badge, it's also policy to ask them what's up with that. Definitely keep us all on point about that. And that is also part of our code of conduct, is that we all look out for each other. We never had a security incident at one of our events. That's because everyone is here to help and support each other. And so our code of conduct is respect. It's about encouragement, positivity, and it's also about kind of keeping your eyes out for what other people might be feeling, right? And being compassionate to them. This is a very important aspect of our culture. And so our code of conduct is, I wouldn't say strict, but it is very real. And we try to make sure that everyone is here to support each other. And so if you see something weird or funny, please come to one of us and we'll help you with it, because we want to make sure everyone is following that code of conduct. Did I miss anything on that? Okay. Comms.
Oh, sorry. Actually, one thing on the code of conduct is we are all kind of very snugly squeezed into this lovely space. And so you are a co-creator of this event as much as you are as a participant. And particularly if you see trash or things around, even if it doesn't belong to you, but if you see coffee cups, like just do a little bit extra and put it in a trash can or move it where it's supposed to be, just so that we can keep this space tidy, because we're gonna be here for long hours, a lot of time spent together. And if we do a little extra, that'll make the space nice to co-inhabit for the whole time. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you, Anna. Two things you'll want to know, well, three actually. There's our developer camp website, which is specific to this location. We're going to build this site out for you. Right now it's informational, and going forward it'll have more features and functionality. Keep that.
Yes, and this site, I think a lot of you have seen it, but this is basically a giant FAQ page. So this has all the information that you could need throughout the event. Additionally, it has face cards of all of the mentors and all of the judges and all of our sponsors. So these amazing people that you have access to as resources who can support you, who you can network with, who are here, you can kind of see their face, check out their bio, what they're interested in, and then introduce yourself to them. Be brave, or request a mentorship slot tomorrow when that's available.
Exactly. Now, Anna put together a wonderful boot camp and a lot of information that you can use to get started in school. So use this QR code to get yourself on school.
Yeah, in fact, okay, a lot of you have registered on school. I think we have like 170 folks in there now, which is great. If you haven't, use the QR code right now. School is our community hub, and so we're broadcasting announcements in there. So if there are any kind of big updates on logistics or things like that, you can find them in there. And then also, like Dom was saying, we have our 2 boot camps available in there. And the boot camps are incredible. I know several of you engaged in them and posted, and I am really excited about that. One of the boot camps is a technology-oriented boot camp. It's to help you kind of begin engaging with AI and through a relational lens. So not just using the technology, but reflecting on your relationship to self and to technology and to the other people in your life as you're using that technology, and that'll become important later. And then the second one is around our 4 focus tracks, and that one is my personal favorite because we feature a ton of our education partners and sponsors, all of whom are, well, I would say 95% of whom are Filipino, and they're all working already in these 4 focus track areas and doing incredibly inspiring things, and many of them are mentors here this weekend, so you can see what they're doing in the world, get inspired by what they're doing, and then receive mentorship for them throughout the weekend. So I would encourage you to check that out.
Thank you, Anna. And then, of course, we have our Discord, which is always on, always hot, actually. There's a lot of people on there continuing to grow. And so please, if you use Discord, do join us there.
Yeah, really quickly, if you're a technical person, you're probably more familiar with Discord. We have one channel there, and you can ask technical support questions. If you're a person who's never used Discord before, and you're feeling brave, you can try it, but it can be overwhelming for first-timers. So if you log in and it feels overwhelming, don't get bogged down by it. There are many people here live to help you, and they'll be stationed tomorrow upstairs in like a tech support open office hours room called Alice on that floor, and you can kind of rotate in and ask them your tech questions. So you can just go live to the source instead of Discord if you'd like.
For sure, thank you. And then a little bit of history, if you don't mind. Where's that iPhone? Can I have that back? Cool. Can I grab that? Thank you. Just because it is a bit of history here. We're going to go on the Wayback Machine back to 2007 in just a moment, but I wanted to ground us all in kind of the why of this. As I said, that some of you have been to hackathons, and you probably experienced what hackathons are like, but that this is very different, and there's a reason. I've been to a ton of them. our friends here from San Francisco have been to a ton of them. We've seen what happens if you follow the old formula and you try to win and everything's about winning. That creates a certain kind of culture, and that's fine if you're into that. But that doesn't include everybody, and frankly, I'm not into that. I prefer to think about this as creating a community together. And so my goal back in 2007, 8, 9, 10, as we started to see what was happening in Silicon Valley as these hackathons were proliferating, side note, scratch the record here for a second, the first hackathon I ever went to was an internal hackathon at a company called Odeo back in 2006. And actually that's where Twitter came from as an idea, as a side project. So amazing things can come from these hackathons if you take them kind of seriously. But the culture of that company was about fun and sharing and playfulness and sort of supporting each other. And that's how this culture built. From Twitter to iPhone to the things that came from that. And then this idea of shifting the culture from being competitive to cooperative, from being about winning to being about supporting, from being about programming, like go testosterone, Red Bull style, up all night, gonna win, to, hey, let's be careful, let's be healthy, let's be well, let's support each other throughout this whole experience, not just on site, but throughout the year. The culture is spreading. We've seen it here, we've seen it overseas. We've had events pop up with our name in all over the world that I don't even know about, because we open sourced the whole thing, because we're built on the open source culture. It began with me and 5 other gentlemen in 2007 when this thing was launched, and that's me and Raven, my co-founder, at Macworld. And that's when this thing was the only thing, it was only available in the US, it was only available on AT&T, and so I passed that around because maybe some of you have never touched one. It didn't even occur to me until I was packing up today, or yesterday. But this is what it looked like back then. And one of the things that came from that experience was an opportunity that I got and that Raven got, and some of us, to work with President Obama when he was a senator to build his iPhone app, which is running on this phone. It's the only place I can actually run it. I still have it if you're interested. But what we did was we took some open source we developed at Developer Camp that summer, 10 volunteers we found from the community, and locked ourselves in a room for 21 days straight with a napkin sketch we got from the Obama campaign. And then at the end of it, we ended up shipping that to the App Store. I was the build engineer and the community manager for that project. And we got a phone call from Steve Jobs. And he just wanted to thank us for the work. And he said, I'm pushing this live, and we're going to feature it on our homepage at the App Store. And just wanted to say, keep going. If you need any help, let us know. It was a defining moment in my software career. I think I'll never forget it. And then half the App Store downloaded that app. And of course, Obama won. And it was an amazing moment because he texted us all of the supporters directly before they announced it on CNN. So I was sitting there at Twitter headquarters, I'm getting chills, with my buddy Raven in this photo next to me. We're waiting for the results to come in. We're watching Stephen Colbert. He's talking about it. It was actually Jon Stewart. And our phones are buzzing. And everyone stops what they're doing and gasps, what are Dom and Raven doing? Because they knew it worked on the campaign. And the place went quiet. And we looked at each other and smiled. And then the news hit on CNN. It was a moment in history I'll never forget. So this is what can happen at Developer Camp, folks. Stuff like this is possible. Moments like this are possible. That was 2008, okay? These are some photos from the events. This is at Adobe headquarters, the first two, the third one at Yahoo, the fourth one at eBay, and then eBay. PayPal became PayPal. Another one at PayPal. There's me and my 2 sons in the front there. And you can just get a flavor for what the culture and the group is like when you look at this photo. You can see the diversity. You can see the proliferation of different types of people and families. And there in the front, the twins who grew into this tradition. Then you can see now San Francisco upper right, and then New York in the lower right. And then we did one at Draper University, which was an amazing experience. And then we started doing things in Silicon Valley. So this is when a Vision Pro launched. Have you ever used, who's used a Vision Pro? It's like no one, right? I brought one. So if you're interested, you can check it out. I'll bring it tomorrow and we can play with it. We did a whole event on this. It was an incredible experience, and that's how I got reconnected with Kenji after a long time not working together. He came to my event and he's like, Dom, I want to show you something. And that's how we ended up working together again, which is awesome. And then we did one last year this time. And then we just did one in San Francisco. And so I'm going to go back and forth. We want to make it fun. We want to make it silly. We want to make it wild. And then we want to bring success to the Philippines. These are some of the things that have come from the event. I mentioned Obama. Also, OAuth. This is the tool you use all over the internet to log into your websites or your tools or the back end. This was a working project at Developer Camp. Test Flight was a sponsor back in the day. That's how you get stuff on iPhone now. A bunch of public companies, long-standing communities. I could go on for a long time, but really answering the question of why the Philippines, why now, I have to tell another small story, and I'm gonna go quickly as I can. A year ago, actually a year and a half ago, I met someone in Maui. I was doing a favor for a friend and coming to his event. And I got there early to volunteer and help out. And I'm sitting there and we're at the kite beach in Maui. I'm like, what am I doing here? And I sit down and there's this person and she's helping to organize this event. And I didn't know anything about her. I just started talking and she was being so gracious. 2 hours later, I lost track of time when we were going into all kinds of detail about our lives and the world and perspective. And I just got to know this person and got really, really inspired by her. And then she invited me to the Philippines because she's Filipino, and I was a Filipina, and I was like, I don't know, I've never been. What's it like? I have no idea. But she just kept insisting this is going to be a great experience, and she's producing it. And I was like, okay, wow, sure, great. We're going to the Philippines. And I brought my friend Kenji, and we were part of her event, and we were in the finals of her event, and it was an awesome experience. And I got a taste for what it feels like to be in your place right now. I got a taste of what it was like to kind of want to win, want to be on stage. And I got this amazing piece of art from El Nido that I keep in my study. And it's just, this is me and Kenji in the finals on stage in El Nido. And I just wanted to introduce you to her and our collaborators here and just tell you that we would not be here without her, without either of them. And so without further ado, I'd like to just introduce you to Paula Rosales and Giselle Tamenbang Magado.
Hello. Hi, mga friends. You wanna go first?
No, you go first.
Sino mga taga Lasal? Where's my Lasalistas? Hello, Animal Lasal. I'm so proud of you guys for being here. So I'm super happy that finally Developer Camp is here in the Philippines. When I met Dom, he was talking about this event that he puts together. It's like, we bring the kids and all these things. I'm like, oh wow, that's really great. And I think that the Philippines can benefit from what you're doing. So I invited him, and here we are, 1.5 years after. And I also met Anna, and I told her that, this is my dream. I want to give back to my country. Just to give you a background, I'm actually a professional kite surfer. But before that, when I was young, I wanted to be a coder. I was in LaSalle. I was actually taking a Leocom course. So I was not in the ComSci building. I was across. There was a cool street called Agno where all the cool coders are on the other side, right? Alam niya ng mga Lasalista. And I'm on the other side. I'm not with my friends because my mom insisted, as you know, in the Philippines, we love pageants and all the girls have to be in show business. So I had to take a course in communication arts, go and have a spot on TV. But now, of course, that I'm following my dream, I'm here, giving back to all of you guys and bringing something special, my friends from around the world that I've met. And what I realize is every time I go and travel around the world, the reason why I get to these rooms and have these opportunities that I had is because all of these people are friends with somebody who's Filipino. That's true. I met the guy that I'm working for now. He's a very popular VC. He's like one of the investors for Twitter, Canva, Zoom. And you know what I found out? His partner is a Filipino woman, right? She's the one on the background. So it inspired me to know that in each of these very high-profile communities lies a Filipino person. So right now, what I can say to you is that all of us, we have it inside. We have the grit, we have the skills and the capacity to make it to the global stage. And I know being here in the Philippines, minsan nahihiya tayo. And I want you to take advantage of this moment. Wag nang mahiya, kapalan ng mukha. Go to all your mentors and, learn, have fun. And yeah, of course, I want to introduce you to Mama G, Giselle Tomimbang. I don't know if you guys are very aware. She's a very powerful woman. She has produced a lot of the musical festivals here in the Philippines, including Fête de la Musique. Right?
Thank you so much, Paula. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Since Paula started with, sino mga taga Lasal? Sino mga taga Ateneo? Yes!
Wow, talo kami. Guys, animo.
It's just friendly competition. But seriously, I am so grateful to Paula for introducing me to Dom and Anna and giving this opportunity. Alam nyo guys, like Paula mentioned, right? Who here has gone to Fête de la Musique? Raise your hand. Nice. Okay, great. And I've been doing that for a very long time alongside, a lot of different kinds of events. But there was something inside of me that's been kind of wanting more purposeful work. And when Paula first told me about this hackathon, I'm like, bet, sure, I'll do it, because it's Paula, sure. But I wasn't really sure, what it was going to be like. One thing that did strike me is that, what Dom was mentioning earlier, is that the word developer doesn't just mean, technologists and all that. It also, he said it so beautifully, right? So we can all be developers, and I love that message. And especially with what's going on in the world. Does anybody feel any stress whatsoever with what's going on in the world?
Slight
Raise your hand
lang,
and you're freaking
medyo slight
diba?
stress.
Yes, and it's just I don't know about you, but I find myself very paralyzed a lot by, have many moments of paralysis because of fear and anxiety and anger over injustice, especially, as a Filipina who just recently got her green card in the US. And my nervous system is always jacked because ICE is always around the corner, blah, blah, blah. And yes, that is true. A lot of people are having a hard time. There's a lot of really horrible things happening around the world. But gatherings like this give us the opportunity, give us agency to actually build brick by brick the kind of world that we want to see. And so I just want to presence that when Anna stepped in as executive director of Developer Camp, I really appreciated that. Yes, it's a hackathon, but it's a hackathon that is wherein the intention is to work together to create solutions around, the 4 core areas. Are you going to talk about that? Okay, great. So I'm not going to get into it. But that was really a huge driving force for me to give me even more juice to be here. But also, most of all, ang lamig-lamig sa New York, guys. Ang sarap to be home. I love the Philippines. To escape all that. And I'm just really excited to see what everyone has to offer. And I am such a proud Filipina, and I know that we have so much to give the world. We are usually the back office of all these big tech companies, but I love that Dom and Anna are being here and helping put a spotlight on all of us. And so without further ado, when I say developer, you say camp. Developer!
Camp!
Developer!
Camp!
All right! Thank you. Maraming salamat.
These two ladies inspire me so much. It's been so fun to work with you this months and months, years plus now. And we learn so much from them all the time. Okay, great. We also want to acknowledge the amazing team that they brought to the table as well. So we have some acknowledgements we'd like to make. Anna?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, we have some incredible partners. So we have RCE Productions, who is doing all the live streaming. We've got Rem over here on her phone and her whole team who have set up all of the production for us, this amazing mood uplighting, which I'm really loving. Do I look good? And then we also have Mod Labs, who has been our PR partner, and they've done incredible things for us. Yes, I know they're here somewhere. We also have House, we have Kat from House here and her team. They've been incredible. And then also Anam Kara, who's not with us today, but they have been doing our social media, and so many other folks. We have the Asbury, our hosts. We have Coro Hotel, who's our partner. And then we also have several other sponsors, which we'll talk about in a minute. But I also want to shout out the volunteers. Can you raise your hand if you're a volunteer? Yes, yes, yes. Some of them are upstairs checking you in, and we can't do it without our volunteers. Also, side note, they did it right. Being a volunteer is kind of a hack because you get to meet everybody as they're coming in the door and scope out your dream team. So just saying, next year at Developer Camp, you should volunteer because it's the best place to be.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you also to our amazing sponsors, and we're going to go through them a little bit. We have Joy here.
Joy Wan at Best Sign. Joy, will you stand? This is Joy, everyone. She's the CEO of Best Sign, and she's our ecosystem sponsor. She's sponsored all of the Developer Camp events for this entire year and also last year. Without Joy's support, we couldn't make any of this happen, and we're so grateful. And Joy has brought her team from China to come and be here with us. They've traveled to come and be here. Yeah, so give us a wave. Woohoo! And Joy's team members won an internal hackathon that they hosted at their company, and so they got to come to Developer Camp as part of their prize. So you've got some fierce competition and also collaborators, because collaboration. We also want to thank SoftType and One Sun Asia and Megawatt Solutions, who are, yes, Nana is here. Nana, can you stand up again? This is Nana Luz. She's the CEO of SoftType, and she's also one of our incredible mentors. And I really recommend you ask her about how she put her brain in a box. I'm just going to leave that there.
For sure. So many, we almost can't name them all, but we're going to try because it's been an amazing experience. Actually, just keeping up with all of the people that you all have brought to the table. I physically don't know if I've liked or hearted enough of them. So wanted to do that right now. I just had some amazing coffee from our friends in the corner here. Do definitely check them out.
Yep, Lick Coffee, thank you so much.
And
they'll be here today and also on Sunday. And then we'll have a little interlude with our friends from Pickup Coffee tomorrow just to mix it up a little bit.
Shout out to Coro Hotel who's putting us up. They're amazing, around the
Incredible.
corner neighborhood vibes.
Yeah, and we want to say a big thank you to Applefy, which is Apple to Apps Foundation. And Apple is also an endorser of our event. I don't know if you saw his invitation video that went out on social media, but he's a big endorser of the event, and one of his co-founders for an organization called EarthSama named Wingham will be here later this weekend, and I highly recommend you meet their team. So big thanks to them.
Big time. We mentioned Mod Labs. We have, oh my gosh, so many.
Right. Encanto, Drift, Longevity Labs, Centro Holistico, and D-Husk, which is doing soft serve, coconut milk soft serve upstairs. So delicious.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Oh, yeah. Gray Whale is my company. We'll be talking about that in a minute. I brought my whole team over here. So raise your hands to the Gray Whale team.
Yeah, take a look at these folks. For anybody who's technical and is going to need or want technical support, these are your besties, and they are available to help you out, so take advantage.
We'll talk about Gray Whale in a moment. It's a new AI service and a company that is bringing a brand new model, a new foundational model to the market today. And then also some partners.
We're not going to shout all of these out just because of time, but these are our incredible partners, and again, huge thanks to Giselle, Paula, Mod Labs, all of our direct partners who have really brought these folks to the table. I'm so proud of and excited for the diversity of folks and mentorship that you get to have this weekend. Please take advantage of it and take a look at this list on our banner upstairs.
I've never seen so many logos at a Developer Camp event, I must say.
It's true. It's true.
But I do want to shout out one person. I can see him right there, Jay Fajardo from Launch Garage, who's been an amazing supporter and inspiration to us.
Yes, and he's also one of our esteemed judges
That's
for the
right.
weekend. That's right.
So yeah, see Jay, ask him a question. We met Jay on a boat en route to a private island where we had our competition last year, and I just never forget that moment because it was like, who's this guy? I got to get to know him, and here we are again. This is great. And then, of course, on to our mentors.
Right. Okay. So let's just take a moment to drop back in. I know that it's kind of like hard to stay still for this long, but I want to draw your attention to this because this is really important. This is a major competitive advantage. We have curated and begged and pleaded and invited and cajoled some of the smartest, most diverse professional people that I could conjure in my imagination, let alone actually exist, to come here and be with you this weekend and give you feedback on your ideas. These are people who are already working in incredible ways in the areas that you're interested in. These are maybe your heroes or hopefully your future collaborators in some form or fashion. And especially tomorrow, they're going to be here in droves. Like there are actually like 30 or 40 of them who will be available just to give you feedback. And I implore you to take advantage of this opportunity. I know it can feel shy to go up to somebody and ask for them to look at your idea, but stretch yourself outside your comfort zone and ask them to really engage with what you have to offer. And they want to do it. They genuinely so want to do it. They're so excited. So please do that.
Oh, just a minute. One of the things I just wanted to mention, you mentioned this earlier, and I wanted to say this. One of the things that inspired me about Paula specifically is that she is fearless about asking for what she needs and what will be good. And if you're going to be inspired by somebody who's a professional kite surfer and fearless for in the face of so much danger, who will save your life, I'm not even kidding, take a page out of her book and ask for what you need, because you're going to get it. The way that this works is if you find someone who's helped you, you can come to one of us organizers and grab a ticket, and you give that ticket to that person. We have a special way we're going to do that later, explain it. But these are the tickets, and the person, this is how this works. The person who ends up with the most of these tickets is the grand prize winner at our event. And I've got a special thing that I brought from America over to give to you. If you are a mentor, or if you're just a person out there helping folks, you don't have to be an official mentor. Anyone who helps anyone gets one of these, and if you got the most of them, you get to walk away with what I brought. I won't tell you what it is yet, but I will say that the winningest person at Developer Camp, who's won the most times as the grand champion, is here with us. His name is Kenji Kato, our grand mentor.
He's won so many times, in fact, that he's banned from participating in developer camps.
Yeah.
And he's been promoted to head mentor in charge. So this
right.
person is very available to help you.
Yeah, I had to hire him as my CTO. So he's my co-founder, he's my CTO, he's also one of my best friends. And I just couldn't, we wouldn't be here without you, my dude. Thank you.
Speaking of
which, so he and I co-founded a company called Gray Whale. You can go graywhale.ai and learn more about it. I won't get into this just yet. We have a whole session on this tomorrow at 10:30. We'll be diving deep with the whale about a brand new technology we're bringing to market, which will make all of your lives a lot easier. And also, you can use our brand new app we're launching today and tomorrow, which was built by our guy Jason. And backed up by our two amazing new teammates, Cal and Chelsea, who have created a system that allows you to build any app on your data where the data stays yours and the algorithm is yours. Imagine TikTok for your app, your ideas, your data, right? Your algorithm, your data. This is a brand new system. We call it intelligent data. And you can learn all about it at graywhale.ai. And we're going to dive deep into this and how you use it and show you our app we're going to ship to you, only to you for now. And you get a quick look at it. Exclusive to you, which you do not need to know any code whatsoever to build your own app and share it with your friends. Phone to phone, no app store, okay? If you want to ship it, you can, and we'll show you how to do that. But this is the revolution that we're bringing to you tomorrow. So please come and join us in the morning. Judging.
Yeah, okay. So judging is something that happens on the third day after the idea showcase. So we already shouted out one of our judges, Jay. We have another one of our judges, Tallulah Lemerle. Yes, she's waving in the back. Can you step forward a little bit so people can see your lovely face? She's come all the way from the US to be with us here today. And then we have a couple other judges. I'm not sure if they're here right now, but they'll definitely be here on day 3. We have Trish Rosal from YGG, and we also have Carlo Delantar, and we'll have one more person from Foxmont as well joining us. So we'll have a panel of 5 esteemed judges, people who are successful entrepreneurs or investors in their own right, and will be really willing to give you feedback on your idea.
That's the prize, right there.
The prize is the feedback.
No joke. No joke. You'd spend all year trying to get a meeting with these folks. Look, I was lucky to meet Tallulah at the Battery when I did. But I don't know how else I would have ever met you if I hadn't been out there looking hard and now found you and brought you here. And you don't know how hard it would be to find Tallulah, I'm just telling you. So look, and then to get a meeting with her, like, forget about it. Except that she's super nice. So you now get to talk with her. You get to talk with Jay. You get to talk to Carlo. You get to talk to Trish. You get to talk to Kasia online too, remember? So we have people who are dialing in to help out as well. But that's the prize. You think that winning is getting something to walk away with. You think that winning might be, some money, which we also have.
It's true. And that begs the question, what are the judging criteria? And so we'll give you a little preview of this. It's a little bit different than really hard and fast requirements that you might have seen in other hackathons. But this is what's important to us. Because this is an opportunity for us to think differently about how and why we're building technology. So the first is impact. Like, what is it that you care about? Why is the thing that you're building important? Why should it exist? It doesn't matter, like, if you are genuinely interested in enterprise software and business intelligence tools, that's incredible. Like, that's really great, and there's a place for that here. And also, explicitly, one of the invitations that we have for you is to think about what it is you care deeply about and how the thing you're building is making an impact and moving the needle in the world on making that thing better. Because like Giselle said, we're living in a really challenging time. It's complex. That can feel really disempowering, and it also offers us opportunities to imagine different ways of being. So think about what makes you angry or what makes you feel excited to get up in the morning, what it is you could spend your whole life thinking about, and work on that. Tell us why you care. Second is our focus tracks. So if you've engaged with our emails or our bootcamp content in the coming up to this event, you'll probably be familiar with our 4 focus tracks, which are the future of work. So this is kind of a very specific language that refers to how AI will change how we spend our time. Not just how we work and make money and productivity, but human occupation. Like, what will we do when AI is doing all of the kind of like banal things that we're doing every day? How will we spend our time? How will we derive meaning, purpose, value? What will the economy look like? It's a massive paradigm shift, so the future of work. Second is health and human potential. And this isn't just about like health and well-being, which definitely falls under this, but this is about personal and self-development. This is about your own growth. This is about mental health. This is about achieving your full potential as a person and as collective beings, and thinking about how we might do that. Additionally, climate and regeneration. This one is pretty straightforward, but I think it probably impacts the Philippines in particular, because y'all are in a really high climate risk zone. I mean, you see the typhoons and the flooding that are happening all the time. This is a big deal. And there are a lot of people who expressed interest in this. I'm excited for you later to meet each other. And then finally, collective prosperity, which is how might we all be wealthy and well and successful together, and how might we work together in order to make that possible. And then finally, and I would say the most important one in my book, is about connection. I'm just going to pause for a minute, because you might be like, why connection? This is a hackathon. Why are we talking about connection? And if you think about how technology is changing things right now, if you are a technologist or you're following frontier technology, you're noticing that AI models are being released day over day, hour over hour sometimes, which are changing things rapidly. And suddenly things that were really challenging to do with a team of people a month ago are possible by one person in hours or less, suddenly weeks later. And that's amazing, and also really scary, and especially scary for founders, because often people think about what's your technological moat? What is the differentiator in the technology that you're building that means that somebody else cannot compete with you, which gives you a competitive advantage in the market, which allows you to have funding and be successful as a business? When technology is commoditized and available in a way that technology is no longer a moat, then what happens? What is the most valuable thing? And in my view, one of the most valuable things is relationship. It's how we connect with each other, how we be in relationship with each other, and all of the intelligence and information that lives in our network of relationship. And something I really admire about the Filipinos I have in my life is that they've shown me that the Philippines has a deeply, inherently relational culture. That there's so much that y'all have inherent to your ancestry and way of being that functions in this way. You have deep relational webs in ways that folks in the West are yearning for, craving for, like dying to have. And so this might be something that you're like, oh yeah, like duh, or that hadn't occurred to me before, but that is actually a major competitive advantage in my view in the global economy as we're moving forward. And so my distinct invitation to you is to think about how the things that you're building are centering connection and relationship. How are they enabling us to connect to ourselves more deeply? How are they enabling us to connect to each other more deeply instead of being further in our own devices and our algorithms and our news feeds? How can we connect with each other? And how can we connect with the more than human world, the planet, and become in right relationship with the things around us and not see ourselves as these individual, distinct entities that are away from and separate from? And that's going to be a really important mechanic for the judging as well. So think deeply about this.
Just to put a really fine point on what you said, which was actually beautiful, thank you so much. Relationships are the moat. This whole experience is about creating relationships and trust. That's why we're here. That's why the Philippines. That's why now. It's that. 18 years of technology, APIs, SDKs, line command, obsession, scrolling, doom scrolling. And now, for what? Relationships, building trust. That's why we're here. Just wanted to actually just echo what you said.
Yeah, thanks, babe. I appreciate that. So what that means is you have another layer of opportunity, not just access to feedback on your idea, but you have access to a new community of people who are now, we're all kind of briefed on and speaking this same language. And we want this to be a thriving community that continues on after this convening of event, that happens year over year, that people from this group are meeting and building things over time and growing together and deepening into community. Okay, so now, thank you so much for listening to us talk for a long time. And we're gonna transition into the doing. And I'm really excited because we have a facilitator from the Wellness Collective, who is one of our partners, named Christina, and she is going to lead us through a brief exercise to get connected to our bodies. Which, again, we're at a tech hackathon, so it's like, why are we connecting to our bodies? But this, I know, and this might feel edgy for people, so just like push yourself outside your comfort zone a little bit. But the reason why is because if you're able to connect to purpose and connect to self, that everything that comes from that place will be more easeful and intentional. So Christina, if I can invite you up here. Christina, do you want to just start by introducing yourself a little bit?
Sure.
Great.
Wasn't prepared for that. Hi, everyone. I'm honored, and it's such a pleasure to be here, to be invited into this event, and to see all of you here. I'm inspired to lead this small portion of the whole entire event to help open you guys up. So my background is, I've done a lot of different things in my life, but I've reverted back to what my true passion was. It's health and well-being. I did multiple careers. I was in fashion, I was in event planning, and then I had a breakdown. My body came down, broke down, and then I went into what my true passion was, back to what I believed in health and wellness. And so that is my background in health and well-being. I like to help guide people so that can live a vibrant life. And I'm inspired just hearing everything that you guys all had to say. So what we're gonna be doing is tapping into our bodies today. So there's a connection between our mind and our body that some of us know and some of us don't realize how that impacts your success, and how connecting to your body really will help open up your mind so you can really be your true self. And that's why I shared my story, because my body broke down. I focused on my body and it opened up my mind. So I think it's fantastic that you guys are bringing me here to do this, because I think it's super important so that you guys can start off fresh, clear, minds open. So, maybe, let me see. Yes, I've asked our dear friend here. Everyone is getting a tennis ball. So, actually, I can do it. Everyone's getting a tennis ball, and hopefully there's enough. And if there's not enough, that's okay. I can show you the technique without the tennis ball. And I'm going to ask you guys to take your shoes off. You can keep your socks on, and if you don't have socks, that's okay.
Okay, I just want to double down on the directive here, which is an invitation to remove your shoes. I know this is exceedingly silly, but I promise you that there might be something rewarding on the other side. Give it a try. It's okay. Everyone's feet smell. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yes, it's
We're
okay.
all in the same boat.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Are we good? Yeah. Well, I see everyone's enjoying bouncing the ball. This is good. So part of this will be standing, part of it, but like if you are in a chair, you can stay there for the beginning, certain parts. And those of you that are on the ground, I'll invite you guys to stand up at certain points. And those that are virtual, I'll also show you some of the things that we need to do. So I also just want to share, so you guys understand a little bit more about the whole concept of the mind-body connection. Think about this for a moment. When we struggle with fear, insecurity, anger, what happens physically? We usually go into a closed space. Our shoulders curl in, our neck, if we're stressed, our neck gets tight, our back gets tight, our hips get tight when we have anger. So there's a physical reaction. The mind directs to our body. Now, if we think about nowadays, we are at our desks quite a bit, or we're on our phones like this. So now we're in this position, so we're sending the signal, the body is sending a signal to our brain. Fear, insecurity. So this is a challenge. So what we're gonna do is, there's always this mind-body connection, and we are going to, you can either do things with your mind, so if you feel stressed or you've got mental issues, sometimes you go to a psychologist, psychiatrist, you talk it through, etc. You can also help yourself by opening up your body. If you present this openness and this flow in your body, it sends a signal to your mind, I am safe, I am confident. And that's what we're going to do today, is to open up ourselves a little bit, because it's really going to encourage you to open your mind, be creative, be who you are, and let your true self shine. Okay? So, we can start with the music. Let's go ahead. First, whether you're seated or in your chair, I just want you to sit up nice and tall. Okay? And if you're in a chair, go ahead and ground through your feet. And you can just rest your hands wherever's comfortable. It can be on your legs, anywhere. And let's take a few breaths. Let's exhale all our air out. Nice slow inhale. Fill those lungs up. And exhale. And feel free if you want want to exhale through your mouth, go for it. Inhale. And exhale. One more time. Inhale. And exhale. Now let's push our belly out as we inhale. Push the belly out. Create more space for oxygen. And exhale. Again, press the belly out. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. And exhale. Okay, now you can gently open your eyes. And those of you, let's actually everybody stand up. Okay. So what we're going to be doing with the balls is we're going to be doing some self-massage in the bottom of our feet. So there's lots of nerves that are connected there, connected to your whole body. So when we release through that, it releases tension and creates relaxation. So you're going to do it up here. You're going to take the ball and you're going to roll from your toe to your heel. Okay? Go in one direction here. We're also increasing lymphatic drainage here. So toe to heel. What happened to the music? That's it. So if you feel any tightness there, press at the pressure that feels right for you. And if you don't have a ball, what you can do is lift your heel up and just rock your foot from side to side so your bones are pressing into, or these smart people over here using their water bottle. So just rock from side to side like this too, and stretching through the arch of your foot. If you've got the ball, now bring the ball to the outer edge, the pinky toe side. Go from toe to heel. Do that a couple times there. And then go to the big toe side. So the inner arch, you might feel a little bit more there. Scribble like you're drawing on the bottom of your foot. Just gently move your foot around. And then what I would like you to do is if you now just walk around a little bit. I want you to guys see if you can notice the difference here from your left to right foot. Right? Tap into the sensations. Now let's go over to the left foot. Let's put the ball, the foot again here. Go from the ball, the foot to the heel. Press and release. Keep rolling. And feel free to close your eyes if you want to, too, to tap into more of the sensations of the releasing here. Go ahead and go on the pinky toe side now. And then move over to the big toe side. Toe to heel. Scribble on the bottom of your foot. Just move your foot around softly just to loosen everything up. Okay, we can put the ball aside now and just do a little walking again. I want you to see what you're feeling there. gentle release there. Now we're going to move into a little breathing here. So those of you that have chairs, if you want to sit down back in the chair, you can do that. Those of you that were seated, you can sit on the ground or you can remain standing. So get into your positions. Those that are seated or are standing, everyone get into positions. Close your eyes. Again, standing upright. Those that you have your feet on the ground, I would like you to lift your toes up. Feel your bones grounding into the earth. Spread your toes and then release them down. Let's begin breathing. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause for a moment. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I want you to continue at your own pace, making the exhale longer than the inhale. So that you inhale, not feeling stressed. Pause. As you exhale, try to extend the exhale. As we extend the exhale, we relax our nervous system. Tap into calm. Do a couple rounds here at your own pace. We all have different lengths of breath. Focus on the exhale. I just want you to draw attention, focus around your rib cage. Just observe your natural breath, the inhale, the exhale. And then you can slowly, gently open your eyes. And now we're going to stand up again. So let's come up. If you're sitting down. Now we're going to do a little body release here. Okay. So I want you to stand, solid stance. So I like to stand a little wider with my feet a little bit more open here. Release your hands down. So if you've got anything in your hands, put it down. Yeah, let go of those balls. Let's start here. Shrug your shoulders up as tight as you can. Draw them backwards, and as you exhale, release them down. Again, shrug up. Back, down. Inhale, rise up, squeeze it tight. Drop it back, and as you exhale, let it go. Again, shrug up, back, down. Now let's bring our elbows into it. Lead with your elbows. Reach up. So both back and down. Round and up. Point up. Open your chest here. And down. Again. Up. Open. Down. Last one here. Up, squeeze and point up and open that heart. Good. Now I want you to take your left hand over your head here. Just reach over to the side Take a deep breath in here. Let your right arm down like this. Inhale here. As you exhale, just let the weight of the hand gently draw the head down. Breathe in, breathe out. Let gravity do the work as you relax here. The side of the neck open up. And then slowly release the hand. Let's go to the other side now. Right hand up. Reach it over. Inhale. And as you exhale, just let the weight of the arm come down. With each exhale, the more you relax, that left arm is just hanging there. Feel the openness in the side of that neck. Inhale, release, bring the hand down. Now I want you to lift your chin up, point it towards the sky. Close your mouth. Feel the stretch in the front of the neck. So you're pointing, like you're pointing your chin up to the sky. Feel the stretch in the front of that neck. Breathe in, breathe out. Slowly rise back up. Interlace your fingers behind your head. Take a breath in here. And then as you exhale again, let the weight of the hands gently draw down. Breathing in and out. And feel free to extend the exhale here to bring in more calm. And then slowly lift up. Bring your arms down. Now let's just sway from side to side and let your hands flop on your body. Standing strong here. Open your feet a little wider. And we'll need a little room on left to right, so you can always go side to side with someone. Okay, what we're going to do here, I want you to open your feet a little wider now. And take your arms up. And we're going to bring our arms, lead with the elbows here as we bend our knees. And then sweep the hands underneath like you're scooping up from the ground. Lift up. Bend the elbows and the knees. Round your spine as you scoop up. Open. Yeah. Scoop up and round, and try to round and open your back as much as possible. Okay, now let's go into now I want you guys to stand. Okay, we're going to do a little bit more. You might sweat a hair more. I want you to stand in. This is one of my favorite movements that I like to do. Now I need a microphone on my head, but here you went. Okay, so here we go. There we go. So I want you guys, find a spot where you can get into a big X like this, okay? Spread your fingers, and I want you to try to get as big as you can. This. Ah, yes! I mean, and then we're gonna squat down, bring your palms together. You're gonna squat down, palms together, and then open into that big X again. Oh! Squat down. Open. Yes, squat down. Open. Squat down. Open. And stay here. Spread your fingers. Stay here. Feel that openness. And now I want you to take your hands and your hips. Shrug your shoulders up and draw them back and open your heart here. Okay? We're just gonna breathe here for a few minutes. Find a spot that you can focus your attention on. And now, draw your mind's eye, what you're feeling, into your chest space. You're breathing, and feel that heart open. Legs squeezing strong. Feel the power and strength and confidence in this pose. Now I want you to gently open back into that X. We're gonna bring our feet together. Hug yourself as you bend your knees. Press your knees forward, sweep your arms back, do a back bend. Reach up. Woo! And bring your hands to your heart. And release your arms down. Okay, now, if you want, how do we feel? Do we feel like we're opened up a little here? Right? Do we feel like we open our body? Now, get into a position that is comfortable for you. Could be in the chair, could be on the ground, because we're going to close our eyes and do a little internal focus. So get comfortable. Okay, sit comfortably here. We're going to take a little bit of time before we begin this weekend of hackathon, cultivating, tapping into our personal strength. So close your eyes. I want you to bring your attention now to why you decided to come here today. Why did you decide here to come today? Not just the participants, but also the mentors, anyone who's involved. And when you think about that why, then ask yourself why again to that answer. And you can continue to ask yourself why until you get to the deep source of why you're here. You will feel it in your body when that why, that purpose resides there. And what excites you about this? And then what kind of people do you hope to meet that can help you on this journey? What do you want to create this weekend? Then I invite you to think of one word that can represent that purpose, that intention. What one word is going to remind you of your why? Think about that one word, keep that with you for the entire weekend. And as you meet people today, share that word with them. Let that spark conversation. It will help you connect to people who will be able to support your purpose, your why, your intention. You can gently open your eyes when you're ready. thank you all for having me here. I hope this gets you fired up and ready for the journey this weekend.
Yes, Christina, thank you so much. Oh, thank you all. Christina, again, one more round of applause for Christina. Way to go. Okay, I just must say, not to call you all out, but I could see some people were squirming with discomfort. There was reticence to take off the shoes at the beginning. And by the end, I saw almost everybody dropped into their bodies. And I just want to say I really appreciate if that felt like a stretch for you going outside of your comfort zone. Because that one word that Christina was saying is really going to help to guide you as you're calling in support and teammates for this weekend. So that's a perfect segue and transition into our next exercise, which is around starting to form teams. We're going to do a little bit of a matchmaking exercise, and our ask is for everybody to participate in this. Even if you already have a team formed, the goal of this is to meet other people in this community who have like interests and potentially complementary interests and skill sets to you, and just begin to form those connections in this network before you really get into your focus teams. So this is an opportunity to, if you already have a team, still meet other people who might have like overlapping ideas to your team, so you can kind of know how and whether you might want to collaborate. If you don't have a team yet, it's an opportunity for you to maybe see and find like-minded people. And if you're feeling like, I don't know if I want a team, I beg you to keep an open mind, because I think you'll want to collaborate by the end of it. So where is my girl Elise? Is she down here? Is she upstairs? Uh-oh. Okay. So one of our mentors, Elise Lefebvre, helped me to orchestrate this matchmaking exercise. And basically what we're going to do now is, actually, quick question. How many of you filled out the participant profile intake form beforehand that kind of listed your skills and your interests and things like that? Raise your hands high.
Thank you.
Raise your hands high. Yes, thank you so much. That was super helpful for us in kind of creating this next activity that we're going to do, which is around splitting into some focus groups that are loosely based on our tracks, but really based on the themes of things that people in this room are really excited about working around. So we're going to break out into 6 groups for a little while. We're going to introduce ourselves to the people in that group, and then we're going to have some conversation around those idea spaces, and then organically you can kind of begin working on those things. So let me really quickly pull up. Oh, hi, come on up, Elise.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I didn't realize I would be doing the
No, it's
talking.
okay.
of
Sorry,
this.
I put her on the spot there. Anyway, this is Elise Lefebvre. She came with us from the U.S., from San Francisco.
Hello.
And she's one of our incredible mentors, so please take advantage of her experience. She has a lot of it.
Okay, hi, guys. Excited to see you all. So you already heard about the 4 tracks of this whole weekend. We basically want to help you guys start to meet other people, get excited, figure out who you might want to form teams with, and then ultimately, with the goal by the end of the day is to have your teams. So for the next hour, we're going to do a kind of like a matchmaking, getting to know people, getting to chat about what you might be interested activity. And so to that end, we'll have six kind of like interest groups, and so we'll have probably 3 groups down here, 3 groups upstairs, and then the 7th wild card if your interests don't align with any of these.
Yeah, and so before she announces those, because then we're going to start moving, I just do want to say a couple things, which is, I know it can feel really stressful to be like, oh my God, I don't have a team and I don't know what I'm interested in. And I just want to harken back to what Christina just showed us. Just take a deep breath. It's okay. You have the whole day to figure that out. You don't have to have a team by the end of this exercise, and we mentors are here to help you figure it out. This doesn't have to be your life path. Just pick something that you're interested in, maybe vaguely at this moment, and you can switch it up in the middle. It's okay. And you're not going to have necessarily a team at the end of this, although you might. So just keep that in mind. It's chill. We're going to give 6 groups, and just go with whatever one feels the most interesting to you. That doesn't have to be where you stay. You don't have to work with the people in this group. Nothing is locking you in, but go somewhere that seems interesting to you.
And also, if halfway through you're like, shit, actually, I wish I went to this other group, just leave. Go to another group.
Go to another group. Get out of there.
Follow your dreams. Okay.
Quick thing from Christina.
I just want to say one thing. There's a couple things that we did in the practice that you can do to help boost your confidence and belief. So, first of all, this heart opening, but my all-time favorite, the squat to open to X. That is just going to open up that front space. And for me, it's great. And there's scientific facts about chest opening. So this hand on the hips and open your heart. That's going to, so if you're feeling insecure, shy, do something like that, and it's going to build you back up. You can go to the bathroom and do it.
Yes, honestly, I did that before in the bathroom before I came on stage today, one of these. So I would recommend that. Thank you so much, Christina. Really appreciate it. If you have a tennis ball, get it back to her. Okay, so now Elise is going to talk through these 6 groups and wait to hear all of them first, and then we'll tell you where they're going to be. 3 will be down here, 3 will be upstairs, and each will have a moderator, one of us. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the first one is going to be business and collaboration tools. This most closely maps to future of work. This would be anything that basically helps businesses work smarter. There's a lot of there was a lot of supply chain interests. So basically, these categories kind of came from what you guys said you were interested in, some different ideas.
Hey.
Predicting disruptions.
Sorry, before Elise continues, I know it's really tempting to begin talking about what you're interested in, but if you don't mind, humor us for like 3 more minutes. Just quiet down. We'll talk about this, and then you can get to going.
Yeah, so helping improve how teams collaborate, coordinate, work together, anything kind of like business tooling, coordination related. That will be with Alex. Do you want to stand up? And maybe we'll do...
Alex is another one of our technical mentors. He'll be here to help you out this weekend, and he's going to facilitate that group.
Okay, we'll put that one down here.
Yeah, okay, well, you'll meet Alex
Find
in
Alex.
this corner.
The second one is education and workforce development. So like learning platforms, anything sort of like accessibility tools, productivity tools, career development, helping empower people in their career and in their educational journey. That one will be with Dom.
Dom,
Wherever
can
Dom,
you?
well, you know who Dom is.
So yeah, you know who Dom is. So we'll be over in that corner, where Dom is.
Third is with Anna, health and wellness, anything physical health, mental health. There was a lot of interest around like med tech, pharmacies.
Great.
Anything related to health.
Anything related to health. So we're going to be back there where that big old fan is. Person
Okay.
standing next to the fan, can you just wave your hand like this? You, yeah, right here, where that person is. Okay.
Cool. Fourth is climate, regeneration, and disaster tech with Tallulah.
Tallulah, can you wave your hand bigger for people in the back? Great.
Shiny shirt, Tallulah.
Shiny shirt.
Ecological regeneration, strengthening planetary resilience, anything kind of supporting the environment, predicting disasters, responding to disasters.
And that will be upstairs on the floor right above us.
Next is with me. That will be civic access, public infrastructure, anything related to like urban planning, mobility solutions, civic and legal tech, government transparency, social services. That'll also be upstairs. And then lastly is fintech and economic empowerment. So personal finance, creator economies, tools for informal economies, any sort of like budgeting, anything related to finance. That will be with Ben. Ben is over there. And so Tallulah, myself, and Ben will be in 3 groups upstairs. You can find us. And then if you are interested in something and you're like, none of these totally fit what I want to work on and what I'm keen about, we have a wild card group for you.
Wild card! Come over here, more visible. Make yourself more visible, because this top, am I right?
This is why. We put her on the wild card.
This is
'cause
Simone,
we're the wild top.
card. That's right. And Simone is also one of our mentors, and she'll be here this weekend to help you out.
And so basically in this group, you'll get a chance to go around in a group. You'll get to introduce yourselves, see who's kind of like working on something that you might be excited about. You'll kind of like start to chat through your interests. You'll have a little bit of a group discussion and then break out into some smaller groups so that you can go a little bit deeper. And you'll probably end up in groups of roughly like 10 to 15. And then if you want to, you can keep breaking smaller and smaller. But there's no need to. You'll have the rest of the day to find teams. And if you want to change your mind, if you're like, actually, I know I like talked about this for the whole hour, but I'm not actually interested in any of these ideas, find any of the facilitators, because we're going to keep tracking of what are the kind of the different clusters that emerge. We'll have a good sense of what the like kind of interest areas are and who you might want to talk to. So feel free to change at any point and just come find us.
That's right. Okay, so facilitators, go to your stations, battle stations. Okay, so again, one more time. We've got Alex, and you can start to move now. Alex over here with
with business and collaboration.
Business
over
and
here.
collaboration with Alex, future of work related.
Education and learning workforce with Dom. Climate with Tallulah upstairs. Civic and government with me upstairs. Ben is fintech upstairs. And health is down here with Anna.
And wild card with Simone upstairs.
Is there a way to mic upstairs?